Hello everyone. How y'all doing? Welcome, as usual. Back to more of this, though not on the usual day. We are not in our usual day, not at our usual time, but still not the usual day. I don't normally stream on Saturdays, but for reasons that will hopefully become clear tomorrow, I will not be streaming tomorrow. And so we bumped up our schedule because we still gotta finish up a game. We still have to very much finish the game. The bot made it just in time, this dude. Snuck it in at the last moment. But I like this dude. Hello. I am very excited. The bot, it did its job. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But yes, I am so excited. Once again, as seems to be the case as we run into the ends of games, there's not a ton of history per se left to talk about, though if you spot anything, please do make a note of it so we can talk about it. We're gonna work together to chat history. But more importantly, the stakes are enormous. If you missed the last stream of this, just under a week ago, things happened. So, where we're at right now, Tobias Gregson is the victim of this case. The defendant of this case is Barok van Zieks. There was no jury. The prosecutor of the case is Kazuma Asogi, back from the dead. And Kazuma managed to incredibly re-traumatize someone who buried their own attempted suicide relating to the execution of Kazuma's father, Genshin Asogi. So a lot happened. Let it be known. The technical term is there is a lot happened. And it's very bad. Is the Infinicone okay? I regret to inform everyone the Infinicone is not okay. Unfortunately, the power of the Infinicone seems to be tied to Gregson himself, and now that Gregson is gone, the Infinicone shall never be seen again. Tragic. Oh, also, Herlock Sholmes has red hair. And then blue hair. And then normal hair. Don't worry about that. That's unimportant. Leander, hello. Good to see you. So, we have a bunch of investigation stuff to do today, and the hopes is that we'll finish up case 4, and we will move into case 5. I'm not going to break those up on the basis of cases. We're just going to go for, as long as we go for today, basically till my voice gives out. And then on Tuesday, we will finish up the game. So we want to push at least into case 5, because case 5 has a lot going on all the time. And we want to make sure we give that the time. Enough time. I'm not going to be streaming for 8 hours trying to finish it the day before I fly out of the United States. So, you know, there's that. To that end, we're just going to push as far as we can go. And then just hang out, have a good time. With more of my dubious voice acting. Right, so, introduction, and then we will hop into the game. So, hello everyone, as always, welcome to Ludo History. My name is Adam, and we are playing more Great Ace Attorney Resolve today. We are getting close to the end. We're gonna have basically 2 more streams of this, so this is the second to last one. If you enjoy this stream, do make sure you follow and consider subscribing on Twitch and telling your friends, getting people in to watch. It's more fun when there's more people around. Additionally, the VOD here will be archived on Twitch for 2 weeks if you missed any of it, and uploaded to YouTube after that. So I am once again behind on YouTube uploads, but that will surprise literally nobody. So, YouTube content, you'll look forward to having these coming up once a day over the next few weeks. Okay. If you really like this stream, do consider heading over to patreon.com/LudoHistory and joining all the lovely patrons over there for as little as $2 a month. You can make sure that this show keeps on happening, right? That we're able to keep doing more and better things, getting more guests on, getting more games on, and generally, you know, improving the production and improving the quality of the content I'm giving you. So it's always super appreciated. But yeah, what do you say we hop back into the stakes being inordinately high with the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Resolve. November 2nd, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Hello, floriculturalist Lish. Tend to watch the VODs, but you've been really enjoying these. You'll probably be lurking. It is lovely to see you. I appreciate you lurking. If you decide you want to hop in and talk, you are more than welcome to, and we are very happy to have you here. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. True. As Leander points out, at the highest tier of Patreon support, for $25 a month, you can force me to play a game of your choice, which includes 3v3 basketball, i.e. Pyre, which was a lovely game, and I am still working on the video about it. There is a video about it, it is scripted. I'm going to record it before I leave, hopefully, probably. No, I will definitely record it before I leave. Let me make that a promise. "10 years ago now. Oh, 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Yes, Ryunosuke. Yes. Yes, you did. Don't do this. Don't do this. Bruno! No. Andres. You were miles away! Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he'd disappeared. Yeah, it is nice that they're acknowledging just how screwed up that was. Even though they eventually, justified it, like, oh yeah, that was totally justified, don't worry about it. It was the thing we had to do, even though it was unpleasant. But yeah, we'll take even any acknowledgement that, hey, wait, maybe that was bad, actually. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of a solution only comes at the expense of the destruction of something else. Magistrate say, yo! Yo. Was it mentioned before that Sholmes ate soap? Yes. It was mentioned 2 cases ago that Sholmes did in fact actually eat soap. Because the man is dumb as hell. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open up your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's the lot of the great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Sholmes' high intelligence, low wisdom? Sholmes, high intelligence. We'll see where what we think his wisdom is at the end of this. Yo, Magistra, I'm so hyped for the end of this case. Right? Like, you know the moment. You know the moment. End of case 4. I giggled so hard first time through this. Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. You know, I always hightail his violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Oh, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, and Wolfie with the tier 1 gifted sub to Magistressa. It is appreciated. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's take a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Also, chat, by the way, in a couple minutes I will have to duck away, because I threw a pizza in the oven to have, you know, food to eat, because this might be a doozy of a stream. So, I'll step away in a couple minutes to not let that burn. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened. But one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody. I don't know if that's an oh goody, but it's at least something. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now. That Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see? What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely? Yes, you would expect so. But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean? I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. You said it again. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all, it was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector has only let it to you they wish to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Chat, the Infinicone lore. I think perhaps we should try and move away from the food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zeeks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree, we must try and find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? Fish and chips. Exactly, Wolfie. My reaction all the time. That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Oh, it's St. Sinner's. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. But that's amazing, Bruno! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have. By accident. And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Aw, sometimes I really don't want to grow up. But there's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Aw, Ginny was right. I was starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Rudo. Hey! I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me! That means he has ties to the Professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinner's, then. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows! Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's still full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Oh god. I'm quite sure it'll be highly effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes was nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Alright, I'll be back in a moment. Food calls. There is something... Y'all have been trying. What do you mean, revolting while unsupervised? I barely ever leave you unsupervised, chat. You have to locate and break into the deep offline chat space to be properly unsupervised. Come on. Oh, I love the smell of, like, really shitty pizza. Like, there's something extremely exciting. That's really great. About just, like, really cheap pizza and that familiar scent that comes from it. I mean, it's frozen pizza, right? Cheap frozen pizza, like the kind you get at like every party when you're 10 years old. Yeah, I got one of those right now. Muffin Six is reading, look. It doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Yes, he has noticed. Knock knock. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Huh? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Six? Speaking earnestly. The fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. God, Iris and Van Zeeks hanging out is the best image. It is actually kind of hilarious, isn't it? And also entirely canon. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all of this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. Oh, it's a whole organization? It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. So Annette, you can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No! Gregson? The Reaper? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregson, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh. She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. Creative namings, chat. Creative namings. Wait, what? Shin? Asa is also traditionally a male name. Yep, and is still irregularly used. Like, Asa Butterfield. The actor. Yeah. Also, oh, like assassin. Yes. Yes. What a pun. What a creative pun. Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. And then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. Yes, Jezebel Brett is a fake name for Asa Shin, who did in fact get murked at the start of this game. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss... No, of course not. We can't mention it here. Hey Leo, hello. Munch. Oh, a Toily Alchemist with 189 pride bits. Welcome, we appreciate you. Things are getting intense. If you just hopped in, we are not in prison. Peroklan Zeeks is in prison. We are visiting him to investigate, to learn about his investigation into the victim of this case, Tobias Gregson, also known as the Reaper of the Bailey. The Infinicone committed murders, y'all. The Infinicone is guilty of several murders. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Assassin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Sorry, we're going to go munch very loudly first. Oh. Oh, come on, there's a great joke. Nothing could go wrong here. Especially not for a certain someone that we'll see later. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance... Really? Flawless? Are you sure on that? Barak, my dumb vampire lad. Are you sure on that? His flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. Hey, wait! Is this based Marxist Van Zieks? In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep. Oh, don't make a peep! You're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright? We got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come. If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. The hair ribbon thing is genetic? Yeah, it is. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Jezile Brett? Miss Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Bye, Van Have fun in jail. Bye.
I thought it yesterday and I think it is again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too.
But tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Oh, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Oh, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady. And you are? Oh, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father?
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Aww. Eugene is so charming. He's such a dad. Sigasi, hello. Welcome. Look, you gotta look at Eugene being a good dad. For the first time. You wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery. After I twisted some arms. I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you admitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. Ah. What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten? Well, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder what Judge Jigoko has got to. I think, Magistrate, I think you're right. The Grand Waterloo Hotel, I think, should probably be understood as a very oblique reference to the Gatewater Hotel. That would be my instinct, is that they're trying to do a name pun. Gate Great Water. Because that seems better.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Barrock, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe?
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here?
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no! A friend of yours was killed?
Professor Makoto, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
I just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You should try and leave me behind.
Susato has the brain cell and is using it to Big Sister. They're adorable. They're all cute. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? How the Hunt of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits! Ooh. Ooh. Iris, I have cinnamon rolls. Oh, I have cinnamon rolls in the fridge. I can make cinnamon rolls tonight. Oh. Yeah. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. Are we actually going to be so lucky? This dude. This is an Ace Attorney game. What do you think?
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku once having been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seijiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together from here yesterday. Please. Ryunosuke looks so nervous. He looks so nervous. The rest of them look so handsome.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
It suddenly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me? Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. And what it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to
What? Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, you'd be leaving then, Bruno? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
You came here to serve as Asagi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter, also. Aww.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Bruno?
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asa's ship.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Asa ship.
Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Harry, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean?
Tell me, to whom can I trust the task? Quickly now, who?
Ah, well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, you look reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see that this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions this time, if you please, Miss Susato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't usually... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the task of sending this... I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes! He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too.
I must catch up with Father at the telegram office at once. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
And that was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. It's always this place these rabbits toot, Lord Vesey. Oh dear, did I say that out loud? Alright. I think it's time to go here.
This is the ward where Mr. Fitchell was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Ah, good. The only hospital room. Exactly. Oh, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Fitchell?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry that caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget.
The prosecutor was here till a few moments ago, too. You just missed him.
Oh, Kazuma beat us to it.
He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all of this upon myself.
No, please, don't think like that.
Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Grayson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help.
So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then.
I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but
it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened?
I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about.
Details of the Reaper's marks, yes.
It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoopla. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you're doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Redhead League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their house. The following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet him at the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. At the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot.
Did Kazuma have his villain origin story kick in and then the vibe got bad? Yeah, basically. Turns out, well, it's hard to just talk about it without just spoiling the whole thing, so we'll just let Kazuma's vibe be bad for the time being. The kid has a lot going on. Like, there's a lot, you got a lot going on.
It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution.
But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception, or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
Hello, what's all this then? Billy Warren, hello. As the stakes are very high. I don't think you've seen the last few weeks. So, the stakes are very high in that actual Sherlock Holmes character, Tobias Gregson, is dead and also may have done several murders.
Something that was never questioned.
I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in his coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warden first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When execution took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin, as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut.
Well, what happened to the baby Prince of Bohemia? Did he get sent back to his Schul group? He did. As far as we know, Gladrach Sigismund von Ornstein was sent back to his school group and has returned happily to Bohemia. And Slimers, you should resolve yourself. Exactly. I am very resolved for the end of case 4, and then case 5, even though I know what to do, mostly, is still gonna be a lot. So, yes, we should. Be very resolved, because we'll need it.
But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
So, you mean, the coffin contained...
Yes, I could only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So, in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anywhere. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Da-da-da. Obviously, you knew the man then? The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I remember him well, in fact.
Would you mind telling us what you know?
Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity.
The outcome of that trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe in what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another man's life, yes. They did, Magistressa. They did. I think they said specifically, right, the ink was not yet dry. Nope, this dude, they explicitly say they're talking about the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Which is the same one mentioned in the first case of Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and is a historical treaty signed in 1894, with negotiations taking place in the 3 years previously. Guilty.
That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Yes, I'm very sad we had no cameos from the Faye family at all. Honestly, same. A Faye family would be very funny here. I think it would be completely incongruous. Like, completely incongruous with the actual tone and milieu they're going for in this game, but it would be very funny and nice. So, meh.
As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Oh, his last will and testament then, presumably.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen his will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. There were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions?
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. At the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him? Yes, that's the long and short of it. I have no idea where he had obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back?
Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But you know it's against the rules.
You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon?
So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace.
What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
You stuck a Snickers bar into class and Daly isn't gonna snitch. Hey, Daly is based. For being a prison warder, he was pretty based.
I was the only person who saw Asogi's will.
But somehow it disappeared.
It was after Asogi's execution. Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see?
To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean.
That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming,
It can have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence, in which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh, yes, you're right. This hotel with the brains,
I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only, he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was,
the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers?
I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events, because, well, of what happened.
Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. He's got excellent collars, right? I love the two-tone collar. And yeah, right. It should. I agree. Instead of having a sweater vest, it should be a waistcoat. But also, he has a stripy sweater vest.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asogi Papers.
I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason?
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about the document that Kazuma's father left behind,
it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Aw, look at him being all depressed. We will leave him being depressed. No, Ailey, that's Shakespeare. We'll leave him being depressed for a moment while I get more food. BRB. By the way, chat, while I'm having a very respectable kind of pizza today, not a single one of you called me out last week on having a Hawaiian pizza, and ha ha ha, I win. Wah ha ha ha. My trash taste in pizza went completely unpunished. Oh. Oh, did it not get punished because I have somehow cultivated an accidental community of Hawaiian pizza enjoyers? I appear to have accidentally cultivated a community that thinks pineapple on pizza is actually fine. We love it. Oh, back again, are ya? Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil?
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here no more, so the case is not to do with Barclay. I would not like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course,
Yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
I can, you can very well. So, how about we handcuff biscuit?
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too.
So, what's what you doing here the other day?
Well, there's something else I'd like to ask you about, actually.
Yeah, that's it.
We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asagi's cell. I think it's been called the Asagi Papers or something?
Did I not say? Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fudge about with irrelevant details.
His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here.
That murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They're Barclay's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison self, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner confirmed the death of a man after his execution, Courtney Scythe, and my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say any otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Well, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so desperate he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I do not like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the window shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise though, would you?
Of course I can assume all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anyone that kens what went on at the time now. The Graysons have been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I would not dream of sending you back with no come out. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Well, it would be rude to say no. We want to become anemic.
I suppose. There's any way we might still care about what happened back then. I'll be that last from the forensic division, Maria Gori.
Maria Gori?
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She did have no more, just the one. But the wee bairn's followed in a man's footsteps. You didn't ever see her with the scalpel in her hand. Ah!
Mama, what is this?
What is she spring from? Ah! Did she just call the doctor Mama? Ah. Can we get a capital D colon for gas mask? Plague Doctor Corners?
Dr. Science daughter, Maria Gori. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Science daughter, but her surname is Gori?
Ah, that's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. I'm sure there's family history or puns. I think there's puns, mostly. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. I decided to do the same way in our own life. I kinda understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother?
Perhaps. Anyway, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her ramp stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumour that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well then perhaps her mother might have told you about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak with Miss Gori herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm not happy about any part of this. Took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? No, we have one more stupid thing. How'd you come to know about that, laddie? There's not many folk even here in the prison who have heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right?
The professors, or rather, Genshin Osagi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
No, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Evers, no, you're out for half cock there. I think you didn't get your facts straight. It was that in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
No, not what we heard, Elfar.
Let me just have a wee hulk around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are, see?
The last will and testament of Genshin Osagi, written with the calligraphy brush.
Of course I can't read a word of those Japanese squiggles. My mind just says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Osagi papers?
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Osagi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After that drama sliced her of an execution, I sent the man's possession back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we have to make a record of this, Mr. Naruto, just in case.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I prefer you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand.
Alright, chat, but they wound up in, I hate to say it, they wound up in the... I guess here? They wind up in the court record, therefore we're gonna need them. Oh, hey, Kazuma. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord? Kazuma? He left without saying a word. Yes? What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today, but Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes at 41, 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that faithful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, all thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bay. And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, each ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's? The trial of Genshin Asogi? Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zeeks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. It means a trial that the public cannot view and with no jury, Ailey. Which means we don't have any stupid examinations. Summation examinations. That was the word I was looking for. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zeeks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. So that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. Well, what do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though I miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asogi? Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's go see what's missing out of hello. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. New location! Let's go. If my client was 3 hours late for a meeting, I'd have fucked off 2 hours and 45 minutes ago. Wolfie, I agree. But the trick is, Lord Strongheart is not the client. He's not the client in this, for most of these meetings. He is the organizer. And so, if he makes everyone else wait, that's a them problem. Also, the prosecutor's office. Yes, Kazuma also plays with miniatures. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in that dark corner? It's his habit to set Seiza style whenever he's working. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in the front courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. But first, we're going to take a look at Baroque Van Zeke's office. This Lord Van Zeke's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been walking up the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Zeke's when I first saw it. I'm finding the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. After a couple of minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Me too, Ryunosuke. Me too. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Yike. Lord Van Zeke's fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, you must have a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Huh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. The miniatures! Kazuma also plays with minifigs. What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Ziek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. During the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. No. Really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Come on, y'all, it's obviously Clint. Holy shit, Cosmo is hot? Fact. Ah! You disturbed the bats, did you? For the companions of Lord Van Ziek, what did you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Nope, nothing, sorry, just thinking out loud. Neither of them have brain cells. No, he's Dracula. Lonely Spaceport, he's obviously Dracula. Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time that we had. Hollowed barrels, I suppose. They range according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. What? Every week? Lord Van Ziek can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide, that's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Huh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in court, then. Oh, you were talking about Clint? Clint is hot. Clint is ridiculously hot. You have a better picture of him, don't you? Yeah. Look at that man. That man has the most perfect of jawlines. Barrock is a cutie. But Clint just goes hard. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Burya. We were headed across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend, forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation. But I did have the feeling that this was, in some way, my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me, the sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily though, I had two feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose? That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man who lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeeks' apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lawrence Strongheart was there to attend the meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lawrence Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Dreva. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at UMA, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Aww. Look at baby Kazuma. I'm gonna let baby Kazuma sit there while I go get more pizza. BRB. He's so cute, baby. I know, he looks so proud. He even has that... Yep, Genshin has the magical hairband, and Kazuma has an itty-bitty wooden sword. Well, you heard the man, chat. Wolfie has redeemed a marginalia moment in honor of baby Kazuma. Spam your hearts. Spam your medieval marginalia hearts. Hearts only, because he is a lad, and we love the child. Thank you all very much. This has been our marginalia moment. Blues, is that a Squirtle? That's not a marginalia, that's a Squirtle. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Makotoba, your father, Suzato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me.
He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt.
But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Then, one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Osogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me for all those years. Presumably the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth that couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So, instead, I showed the letter to Judge Shigoku.
No, to the other visiting students.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I will cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Osogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Kazuma-san.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baroque Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. I know what that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to the grave.
No! He was merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to begin.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would have never taken another man's life.
Kazuma?
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Well, I guess that's it. No. What have I missed? What have I... Not technically evidence. Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you, or more proud. Kazuma? So, you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. Aw, tragic. What am I missing? I feel like there's gotta be something I've presented. Sadly. Do I have a picture of... I don't have a picture of Genshin and Clint. I just have one of Barrock, Gregson, and Clint. What am I missing? I did try the Asogi papers. I mean, we'll do it again, but that's literally your father's last will. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. That's what I needed. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped, and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Corey. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? You mean by Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated, and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Now we got it. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You're to safeguard the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karama is said to have been forged by a master swordsman during the Sengoku Jidai. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karama, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Yes, chat! Chat, if you know your Ace Attorney. This is the canon explanation for the Von Karma family. Right there. Really? Karama. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. Ah, he is smiling! And that is all thanks to you. was an honor. Yep, Von Karma was just the original weeb. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the Inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the court. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. God, the minor key Kazuma theme is just, it goes so hard. I love what Great Ace Attorney Resolve does musically to darken the themes of the first game. It's so good. You need to see this in concert? God, I would pay so much money. Look, chat, I'm already going to be spending way too much money this fall on the Final Fantasy concert when it comes to Boston. I would pay even more for this game. Oh, Ailey. In the first case of the original game, or of Great Ace Attorney Adventures, the prequel to this, Kazuma was our best friend defense lawyer who carried us through the entire tutorial. Just hard carried us through the tutorial. So he was actually originally coming to Britain to be a defense lawyer, and then he got murked on the boat. Oh no. Oh, this is worse. Oh no. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits that dissect it. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the corner probably needs a bolt scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? What was that? God, she'd be such a fan of Has Been Hotel and other edgy Tumblr shows. Oh god, Manifestor, you're right. Thank god the internet doesn't exist in this game. I mean, she's practically already cosplaying a has-been character. Dr. Gory? What? That noise before?
I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right.
When pulling the collagen fibers and dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh yes please, I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No! No, I wouldn't do nicely at all.
I mean, maybe some other time.
Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them all side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It'd be best not to ponder it too deeply. That's Mama's dissection table. It's too high for me, though. It is? If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt. Excuse me, what? What? You sleep in here? Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange that table for a lower one. Maybe you should just go home. Those launch jars seem to have pale things floating around them inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something, or like the pickled umaboshi foams we make back home. Yes, let's assume there's something completely innocent like that. Oh, that jar you're looking up there contains monkey brains. Oh my... The composition is similar to the human brain, so they make for interesting study material. In the next jar along, we have monkey... No more monkey anythings. Please. If you say so. Oh dear. That when I still thought it was just some pickled umaboshi foam seems so long ago already. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ah, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in here. Oh yes, and actually say salt and pepper on that. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. And now the most concerning part of this. Clearly the owl. May we get an owl in chat for our owl? That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. They're taxidermy mouse missing out of Ugh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think you were right to put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead. Thank you, chat. And now, continue the owls for this doll with the very two large eyes. This looks different to before. Of course, Miss Naruhodo. Miss Courtney is a young maiden. She also has charming little dolls and the like around her place of work. Look. Oh, yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not so strange after all. They're how I practice. Sorry? Mama always says that operations and detections require speed and accuracy. So I take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day. Right. I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. Mama told me to make something more friendly instead. That's quite different to what I'd imagined. Then again, she is all of us in 2020 and does knit, so, you know, that's fine. Look at this, what a magnificent display case. Cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? It's 10 people, pardon? It's made from the bones of 10 different people all mixed together. Some of my best work. I was admiring the case, actually. The scary still inside is something I intend to ignore as best I can. You're strange. I wonder who is the strangest. I love that joke. He's so good at... Okay, hello. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mom said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Love to say I've had some scruples, at least. Oh dear. I thought she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon.
Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Dr. Gori, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good? Sorry? Your skin didn't snag my blade once, a very little mess. His joints dislocated easily and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. That's not my fault. No, that made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mel Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Strongheart came... He said that from the witness names about the gunshot and the other evidence it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you read on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gori, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here then. What's she scribbling so furiously? There! You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But... What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat, and that fish had started to rot. The Infinico chat. Can we get a not like this for the death of the Infinicon? If the victim liked fried fish, she presumably liked to eat it before it went off? Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. If the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. Well, Rinnosuke, you just need some ice. Freezing a corpse is easy. You put body, ice. Body, ice. Huh, wait, that means it would have been a few days. Blues. Remember that this game has no idea about the actual rate of putrefaction? And so they smoosh the timeline a smidge. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. Or maybe in a factory? Or some other special places? I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been shot somewhere. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure, but at most it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhara. Inspector Rexo was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the details of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago? That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks? The professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. By the way, she has a, horrible butterfly on her belt, which is very stylish. Her outfit is extremely 2010s Tumblr steampunk, but also I do kind of love it. Look at the little robot on her badge. And the, poison butterfly on her belt. This is unbelievably goth. Yeah, it is a skull, but it looks like a robot. Very not... It's totally a skull. I just want it to be a robot because it's fun. But yeah, right. Late noughts goth steampunk? Or Plague Doctor goth, yeah. Yeah. It is a very fun outfit, though. I do like her design, even though she is legitimately creepy. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted that it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. But the autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room, the Professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before the burial on that dissection table there. So this Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you told us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gordy? The Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber, and signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know? I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. I was at the... skip the line. It was at the time when carrying out the autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the Professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, Eugene Makotoba.
I had no idea Professor Makotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Isogi as the infamous mass murderer. Did you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
Hey! Based archival gory. Based archival... This is actually the, main thing in modern archival thought, is that there's literally no point in keeping records if they're not going to be used. You don't preserve things for the sake of preservation, you preserve them so that people can use them. So, based archivist gory. A century ahead of the time. A century ahead of the time with archival practice.
They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade. Thank you!
Let's see, 26. That's strange.
What is Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under 26.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room.
But you're right, they're gone. When was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records.
No. You don't mean...
Hemlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh, no, surely not.
Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris?
Bruno. I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now.
Yeah,
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Rena can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck!
Wait a minute, little girl.
Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, my mustache!
Wait, Iris. And Wolfie, with another tier 1 gifted sub to Barry Mag. Thank you.
I'll rub a ball for you when you get home.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun.
Aww. Oh no.
But next time you come, I prefer it if you were ready for the section.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Quint Van Ziex's autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. She alternates between being adorable and being, creepy. Is there anything else here? There's gotta be more here. What's in the box? The police are still busily investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there?
We always have the time to investigate more thoroughly.
What's in the box? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside, look. TG.
Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
Oi! What do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is! Hands off!
Gina! What were you hiding?
I don't know. You leave something unattended for every 6 seconds and I Tom, Dick and Harry's got green eyes on it.
Oh, just a wild guess, Gina, but...
Well, spit it out, Otto.
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What are you trying to say? Come on, the trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
You should hear them talking about the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
The whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Ziegs who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then obviously it was that blooming Reaper giving orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
The hell was it notebook in his office?
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see the notebook? They will flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh, that's it, Gina. You can't read though, can you? So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Wait, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps there's a record of the Inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date it goes to was 31 October. No, the day before the Inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before, something like a... Nah, it's no good, can't remember it. Don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Oh dear, what a pity.
There was something else though. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Did you say Shin?
Well, it does mean something.
Lord Van Ziegs knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. And yes, Tobias Gregson was murdered on Halloween. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook?
We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. That's at the Yana trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cover what was pretend to be him, didn't you, Otto?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lion Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got me own ways to get results. When me and me partner here get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby, he's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business in it. Ugh. Anyway, the point is, if you don't ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the around here. Right, because it looks oh so hellish, honest. Oh, Gina, about your hellhound then.
More Toby action.
Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least. It should be, after all, in the great exhibition case the other day. It was Toby who managed to locate Dreba's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something Chief Inspector could catch into the scent of, I wonder?
Well, that's a good question.
I don't think we have anything he can catch a scent of, right? I don't think we have anything yet, do we? Maybe that? Well, oh, yep. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Ah! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. No, look what he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Next time you tell us the truth about that trunk. It wasn't like that, it just weren't. What are you talking about? I know it's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not to a bag of chips? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, in between the wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... That's all I did, nothing more. Well, you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. So, Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then? How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try and find the answer to that question together. For Beppo. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What you want about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, you maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then, do what you want with it. Thank you! We shall make a detailed note of our examination of the evidence. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruhodo, be careful, it must be the trunk! Ah! Toby, oi! What are you doing? You gotta lick his face off! Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage!
May we get an F in the chat? You died.
Mr. Hado, are you alright?
Miss Sisato. Conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no else, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let's take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh. The bump on my head is throbbing slightly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then. Rather unusual to find something on the mythless one investigations.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay. Sholmes. Sholmes, what are you doing? Sholmes! Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that the infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. A stiff tender claw of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that'll balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Toby is the only good cop dog.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot modend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker Pfahl.
What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream?
Den Zahnen zwei
No, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think.
deine Wut.
That's the least of my concerns.
Scheid holdlich gelobt.
Iris?
Und auf den ersten Streich alle Seiten des
Iris, what's the matter?
Feldes Ode an die Wut. Her mit dem
Who is that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there?
Feuerberg.
Chad, you get no points for guessing who this relaxed gentleman is, and fewer points for figuring out why Susato doesn't recognize him. No points for recognizing that mustache. God, Chad, I'm so excited.
Dem Scheid holdlich gelobt und auf den ersten Streich.
Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you with singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot
Well, that worked. A grinning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of this deduction within me to find their voices too.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean?
The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. Yeah. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland for all sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Sherlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. I know, right, man? This is the peak dad Sholmes figuring out what his daughter is up to. God, imagine this every time you did something dumb as a kid. Right, imagine, just chat. Think about how much dumb shit you did as a kid. And every time you did that, if you got a Sherlock Sholmes logic and reasoning spectacular out of your trouble. Sholmes regularly sees straight to the spleen of events. Well, that sounds about right, Barry Mike. Aims for the heart, hits the spleen. Firstly, we consider this gentleman's nationality. Clearly he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings, and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? Oh no, that would be awful. You would cry. God, it would be very funny the first 2 times and just unpleasant the rest of it. So, why is the man here at all in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young guys to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for this man's madly irritated warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Your creation obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend, but his delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. Alright, Daly, have a good night. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the satire? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It appears His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. I will my monarch agree. Won't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of this mask considers the fact by former client, the King of Germany. Notably, no longer the King of Bohemia, and also, inaccurately, not the King of Germany, the Austro-Hungarian Emperor, as we have discussed at length. Repeatedly. Last case. Of course that's what we're questioning here. Magistressa. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Remember, Bohemia is not part of Bismarck's German state, but is in fact part of the Austro-Hungarian Emperor at this time. In other words, classic Sholmes. I mean, this is a case of no one, right? This is a case where I think the easiest explanation is that they simply didn't try to localize that correctly, and once again, don't want to hit too close to anything. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. She looks so sad. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your meetings is concealed inside the knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I am deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes, we don't follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to respond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot bodend wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt.
With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I'll say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Susanna, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you may as well let up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance was thrown on her, though surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Naruhodo has the brain, son! Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Coates, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor errors yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe it's not a... but it is our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, if Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit, he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something, we need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Blah 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 blah. So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I'd like to hear your singing, but... Oh, cool. Is this his attempt at flirting? But this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stopped still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure that's what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Take that!
I bet Susato has a very nice voice. The reason for the man's madly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman will break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, the gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, I repeat, the fellow is unconscious. Ah, bless his sound. Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Miss Naruto, why would I ever purchase a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Ah well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the setting? Uh-huh. 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 No. Although we've already established it was actually the King of Bohemia, today's Mr. Sholmes identity persists with the Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks? Sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question, that mask belongs to Kazuma Osogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try and make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days, but that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Susato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. But it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotaba. Oops. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Whoever. Mantressa, this still is not my favorite. My favorite deduction is still to come. Which leads us to the remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Your apparent inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your this is concealed inside that knapsack. So it's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack then? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. But no, not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps without her trying so hard not to give away with her eyes, something entirely different.
Take that!
Look, he's channeling late game Phoenix Wright, who is just incredibly sassy all the time. Just the reason for your muteness is concealed, or is that the other way around? Is Phoenix Wright just channeling Ryunosuke Naruhodo with his incredibly sassy time and trials and tribulations? Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter, incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open the chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Mr. Sholmes, Hurley! He is dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. So you found your voice now, Iris? In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... I mean, you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before? Mr. Zato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we better examine the eyes more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Take that!
So yeah, the dance of deduction is canon. The spotlights are canon. Sherlock set them up, or Herlock set them up in advance. Yes, the real reason for our silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try and stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Bruno! So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. Look. Professor Makotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And then sprawled on the settee. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf, and the cup of tea? And above all, why are people wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Makotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the keycup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the Great Detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions. Would you expect anything less? I love the animation of Susato being surprised that she is on stage for the end of the deduction. It's so good. Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Bruno! This concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. So then, why don't we make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show, though, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes? If you will cast my mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, You're clearly hiding a great secret. She is? From the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Really, it's a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. Most of us smashed when Professor Makotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. But now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, the great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Oh, look at the little friends! Oh, look at them! Oh, look at the tiny friends!
Take that!
You attempted to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks. Yes, I do seem to recall. But some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean, it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me! Aww. Give Iris a hug, Sholmes. Give Iris a hug. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is... Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting you, dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been so much forgotten. Ah, Father! Perhaps we should find a guest somewhat more peaceful to rest? Miss Naruto. Yes? Would you be so kind as to let him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Go. Yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We will let Iris's brew to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes was making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. I'll find out what's going on. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, the notes about all the cases I solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhat very far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name.
Oh,
His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with earlier. But then one day...
that's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes,
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught your eye.
when I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes?
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there.
So you decided to steal it?
Ah. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out, and learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided then I write the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Sheesh. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley? I made a promise, you see, but until the time was right, I keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gordy and apologize, I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. I must go on one of my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah. What? How?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Mr. Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Miss Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's.
What? Professor Makotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And, now you know, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Makotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Makotoba engaged? Oh, of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean?
She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes written by Iris. I would really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist, or not? Ah, you come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madame. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would only be one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotaba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Miss Naruhodo, yes? You're all coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotaba. Professor Mikotaba! Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear, I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotaba, your father. No, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I must say that. How my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotaba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seijiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided to need someone to share the lodgings and the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for a little game. And the situation of our cohabitation led us to us pursuing cases together, you see? Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Makotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case which we've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor Killings. Sholmes, here's the fun thing, Stefan. So, the name of this adventure is named after his last bow. A story set in World War I and the chronologically last Sherlock Holmes story. Which presents a rather elderly Sholmes. So at this point, right, the thing I love about this is that we're actually technically seeing Sholmes a decade after his prime. That being said, 34. So, yeah, he was 18 when he met Yuji Mikotaba. He was 18, just barely in college. Weird. I would actually like them to have aged up Sholmes a couple more years, because, well, another one actually I'm not sure on. Yeah, Eugen's 43. So I would actually like her luck to be like 40 here. That would feel better to me. But yeah.
The case which you become rather familiar yourself, the professor killings. After the trial, Seijiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. So, there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. Professor Makoto really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Yeah, I said he's 47. 50-ish. Father? Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. No, of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us that all knows about the great detective's adventures are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris' father must be you. Upon my word, Miss Susato. You are coming along wonderfully well. You two have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour in Britain, and I've always accepted that. But, all this about Iris... Oh, there it is, Susato's ice-cold stab. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is? There it is. Now the ice go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man! She's going to murder her father. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did you get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Makoto and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Why must you go? Why, my dear madame, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue unnatural enemies. So get your coat, Makoto. The game is afoot. This is my favorite track in the game. Chat, just for the record, this is my single favorite track in the game. The Resolve remix of the Herlock Sholmes The Game is Afoot theme. But, Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. I visited our home after 10 long years, and when you opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. If that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you, completely. Susato. And suddenly the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I leave your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto, good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. The decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
But we are not done yet, Stefan. We are not done with case 4. Sort of. I love their voice acting. While I am much too bad at, oh. I forgot that we started with this rather than ending with it. Or, oh, is it the interquill? Is it the interquill? Is this going to be a long stream? Or is it not going to go for too much longer? I'd say probably about 2 hours more. So, yes, long, not too long. I thought that the, I'll be honest, I thought the Eugen interlude occurred at the end of case 4 and not inside case 5. But that's my goal to get through. My goal is to get through the best moment. We'll see how well that goes. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Miss Susato? Oh, yeah. Ow. Oh no! What's the matter, Miss Naruto? Oh, nothing? I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... Good morning, sir. Lord von Zix. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. Well, did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord von Zix isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all of this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord von Zix. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor of the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod, to wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keen. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint von Zix. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life, and I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it anymore. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh.
I brought you one of my special blends. Henry loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head.
I thank you.
Oh,
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. But they're so cute. You seem different today, Iris. Huh? Sort of subdued, I suppose.
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Science's laboratory.
Speaking of which, we should probably take a look at that.
31st May between 9 PM and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Also, we should take a look at this, probably. I don't know, but it seems like there's a few important things happening in here. Let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside.
Well, let's see. Appears to be a passport authorized when to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then?
Just the day of departure might tell us something.
That was...
Oh. It was to travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident.
What?
Really?
Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? I'm sure there's nothing significant about the bloodstain or the sword cut. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think...
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, I knew you were going to say that. That presumably means...
But this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. The infinite account gone, but not forgotten. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here?
It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal trunk like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
Hello? Literally the sword.
Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk here. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it.
Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Well...
I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying?
I thought you were going to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like the G1, obviously. We've got lots to get ready.
Get ready? For what?
Yes! Would you take this?
Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack?
Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
Hurley? It looks more like a Harley to me.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
What? Pull his ears?
That's right, it's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
Do you think what we'll need is luck? It's a cute friend.
I just need to peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem. But a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean?
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he had to come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see.
Was Professor McCarthy out all night too, do you think, Mr. Zato?
Yeah, so it seems so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all.
They?
Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean.
Judge Jigoku too?
That's right, nobody else has seen either of them since yesterday.
Counsel for the defense and the court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck, Reno. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must go inside on 11-6. Oh. No, Kazuma. Ryunosuke. Trusting Kazuma over anyone else in the world is a bad plan. You should trust Susato over everyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, look! Also, the judge for today's trial is Male Strongheart. This is fine. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. I mean, honestly, you all didn't think that this was going to be the highest stakes thing possible? The stakes are all out on the table now. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and one of which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. He's the Grand Pyromancer! The 6 jurors' flames just, as was the case in yesterday's proceedings. Those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent, much as I like your brother Clint, in fact. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session for the trial of Baroque Van Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay's prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinner's. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really. Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday, that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it will give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating the precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now, being Gina Lestrade. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade, reporter, representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that Gina again? Look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh? Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the bad slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that, like, I can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, out of all of the goodness of Gregson's heart, not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew! So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. All your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the compass went onto it yet. What's matter most is, there's witnesses was told the Reaper at the place too. Smuggled goods? Drink. Hell hydrate.
Oh no, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So, Inspector Grayson was investigating one of those black markets? Because there is an audience, Stefan. It's just that the audience are judiciary. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. Turns out Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused Barak Van Zieks was present. That would be very significant testimony, yes.
Oh my, but Van Zieks made no mention of this at all.
In short, Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Trial time!
Hold it!
Can we see this? So you went through Inspector Gregson's things?
Yep, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation.
I'm sure your superiors will be delighted that you're taking the initiative.
So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if anyone the audience even going about, they have turned me straight out onto the street.
This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and their trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. He found it in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom.
That's impressive.
So I went to hide myself when no one could have me as well as the butchers that what was written in it. Because when the other found me out, they have thrust me straight out onto the street. Look at it now, though, ain't I? If it were for me, it would never have been found.
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place?
Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at the gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary.
What?
It's concealed that the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
I know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. Got the Shreen game buffoon burned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm?
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord, the prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive.
Right then, I can show off my reading skills.
Apparently, the smuggled goods deal is happening at a gentleman's club called the Grouse. Well, it looked like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. The Yokohama departure on an arrival. Alright, Stefan. Farewell. Yes, as Magistrate is rightly pointing out, our resident fashion and gender historian, says the gentleman's club can often be euphemistic for being both a gentleman's club, i.e. a leisure club for elite men to converse and smoke and read.
Objection!
But it could also be a euphemism for a gay club. So once again, happy Pride, y'all. I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Grayson was secretly going to visit on 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage on a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
So, there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? I got a ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived in the port of Dover on 1st November. Ah. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. In-game is probably a reference to the Diogenes Club, which, if you don't know Sherlock Holmes, is where Mycroft Holmes likes to hang out. I mean, it's right there, and these characters are all so gay. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st October.
Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st October? What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial had been laid out down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investing contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecution's office is trying to hide something. What? And now you've actually disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? Oops. The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Yeah. Look at that gavel. That gavel's a unicorn. Because it's his cane, which is now a unicorn, instead of his ordinary cane. Order? Order? What on earth are you saying, Counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was killed while investigating the identity of the Reaper. When discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Ah, but I have no idea why they changed his game for the trial. Baron von Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast-iron alibi. Which tells us he must have had an accomplice. Now, Magistressa, new day, new evidence. We'll let him revise it this once. Kazuma is a drama queen, well obviously, but whether or not he's good at his job and whether he's unnecessarily dramatic while doing it are two completely irrelevant questions. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? Well, what the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? I mean, right, Magistressa, I feel like in this case, it works out because the thing he's in it for, like, he's going for his own motivations, but his own motivations are completely exposing the Professor case. And so, right, yeah, he's not consistently, right, each stage of it he's willing to fudge the numbers in order to get over to the larger goal. But they're fairly closely aligned most of the way through. But Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that this person giving him his orders was Lord von Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Baron von Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh? You have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Makotra and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If somebody had been assassinated, I certainly would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course, no suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark, but his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. That notebook you discovered earlier, that doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying. Reading for them bludgeons what got taken out at the common. The boss want the Reaper? Oh, Gina.
There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors.
I ain't done nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss.
I don't...
I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. The name of the mark. Being a criminal who got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. Honestly, the boss didn't think none of it. So, keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here.
This must be so hard for her.
You can't deny it now, surely. Ryanosuke Naruhodo.
What can't I deny?
The notebook contained the name of the final mark and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade, read the name for this court. The name is written alongside the entry that mentions the Grouse on 31st October.
How you read this then?
Reading's still not strong.
They the problem, right, Otto? It's a funny name, it ain't English, it's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas?
Let me have a bash at it. Seishiro, is it? Yeah, Seishiro.
Jigokyo.
Jigokyo, maybe?
What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku?
But that's Judge Jigoku.
Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not in English, though. You're right.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku. I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact the man hasn't been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh.
Gregson missed his chance to kill the Mark and return to British shores. The Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector. Personally.
The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Baroque van Zeeks.
It's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Ha! Yes! Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder.
What van Zeeks?
The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. The girl is no detective.
Well, no, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of the trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance.
My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defense may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately. At once, my lord. The tension. There's so much dramatic tension here. Oh god.
Hold it!
In other words, this shows that Grayson was basically acting as the Reaper.
No, you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? You could have been investigating the Reaper in secret and the notebook said what you found out.
If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Grayson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you as it said? I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate. Alone.
Oh, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there.
Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France.
As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine.
Is something wrong with Cinderella? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no, it's alright.
I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Is that... This one, I remember this one being really annoying.
Hold it!
Like something... That was the same one again. Uh-huh. I know, this one's dumb, cause I know what the game's saying. Because here's a fun question for you, chat. How does Kazuma know that it was found in the metal trunk?
Hold it!
Names of stuff? What in particular?
Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up.
What other name was that?
It's the one I told you yesterday, the same name written over and over again.
You mean... Assassin?
Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she?
Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin.
What? Like, a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you were saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what is said on the passport document? Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel? Could that additional person have been? Clearly the assassin who was meant to take Seishiro Chigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? What name was written?
Oh, well, Mr. didn't have a name next to it as it happens.
What?
It just had like a question mark or something like that, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But
Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin? God, the problem is, right, where do you object to?
Hold it!
God, we're just gonna press everything real quick. And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku? That's what I said. Funny name if you ask me. I thought your name was odd. So please don't have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. The bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's member? Or mentor? If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the moodiness just got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me, I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Papa told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation to the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. There's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... well, I've just about had enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about boss planning to kill people, it's cobblers. Come on, Otto. Yes? Why are you saying nothing? Well, why are you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying in, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. When the trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Mr. Strahd. Is that clear? I've had it with a lot of you. It's nice every bleeding place you look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruto? There was one point of this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean? I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. I press here one more time. And we get all the way over here.
Get over here. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. We'll see if this works. We'll see if it lets me do it here or if I need to do it somewhere else. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ah, it still isn't gonna let me. Fine.
Hold it!
We'll try here. I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. What do you mean? Most everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Oda? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by...
Take that!
Kazuma. By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said? I think it's the metal trunk.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain? And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests the victim was traveling without luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There is no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. Well, I found it. Me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about someone who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this Kazuma. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. And is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma? What did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Miss Naruto, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in this courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma? Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day? In the same place as the inspector? He was there? With Gregson? There's a clue you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right.
Got it!
Got it! There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung about your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karama. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom, for all to see. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asogi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes. On 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So, the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there though, we decided to wait, but... But you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book, it would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case, and accordingly I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karama has been entered into the court record. Well, we got the sword back. Sword. Sword. Karama, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karama's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Yeah, that's a fairly distressing, level of force used on this blade. I cannot examine the hilt. Nothing gay about staring at your best friend's sword, which is also his soul? No, nothing at all. No homoerotic readings possible. We must take immediate action now, to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It has recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... when a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours. It's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. He has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Sorry, I skipped that line. If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in the court! Order! We'll take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh, no, not Judge Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake... My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. If we are unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Ugh. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding that something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, but I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courtroom this morning. That strange sensation that we are careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do right now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear? Of course! The little Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely ran out of options in the trial today, then just pull on this little Hilly's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now is the time.
What should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Pull!
Here goes then, I'm going to do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back.
Heave!
Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
Here, my dear fellow, here! It's the felt doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can.
Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Here!
Ow! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You taking a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I struggled to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time.
So, you mean you'd already worked it out? Well, the steam trip was where everything really took place?
Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my last name?
Sholmes, world famous great detective.
Recited to perfection. Well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
Ow, 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 ow.
Miss Susato, gently with the geniuses here, please.
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes?
Ah, there you are, Makotova. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. I was at Scotland Yard yesterday when I examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket.
But of course it was, my dear fellow.
And no doubt, and not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name.
Yes, you didn't you? We've just entered the recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now.
And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say. Do not fret, please. It is for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt that we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later, then.
Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion.
whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes? What the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. Nameless Punk, no spoilers. No spoilers for any of the next two things. You know what the two things are. Don't even hint at a spoiler for them. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. Valentine's weekend about when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. The crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. Why you are loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor a chicken stroganoff when you see? Great detective. Ha! I don't think so. Do you see that, Makotaba? I feel this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now! How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You... Wolfie, with a tier 1 gifted sub to some nameless punk. Coming up to 3 total for the stream today. Appreciate it. Buying your silence. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling aboard the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Makotaba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see, when looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Oh, I've lost my Makotaba voice. Ah, you mean Easterman. He left ship 2 hours ago. You're at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think? What? Are you sure? So Seishiro's realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have ordered us not to let even mouse inside. Makotaba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make us an excuse so he leaves the area. Doesn't great detectives see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! Alright, Dildrum. Have a good night, my friend. And yes, this is Beef Stroganoff's brother, Chicken Stroganoff, who does not have Pet Snake, but does have a tattoo of Sholmes. And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Makotaba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your so typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot. The switch for the electrical lights. Press in order to turn off the lights, the crewman wouldn't be able to see what we're doing. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. We need to concoct another distraction. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set F off. Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, this would be very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. Was just stupid today. No, not by me, but world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now. Done. Not even 5 seconds there. Well, don't sound that gawping eye, brilliant mechanic, but here we go. Oh, yes. Of course I know, the mousetrap is very funny, but I am also, my voice is burning out. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Well, it's clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's, without question. Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Don't worry, chat. This is when we finish this chunk, hit the next save point. That's where we're calling it a stream. So, we are almost there. I am so excited for this. Indeed, he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Does that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you'll always say, but there's nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. The wall is a slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attention to elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might spot something of a similar size and shape elsewhere. Literally right there. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, my dear fellow. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. Yes, that is almost certainly an Arsène Lupin reference. I shall leave a copy behind, I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? That's a substantial heap of clothes. Oh, that's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, Momohiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a Haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? I'm sure you may mention packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Any news on wardrobes? According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and is of a similar size to this one. You must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? As a sign of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes? Surely you can just tell me what you said. Well, I had some brilliant remarking over the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. There's a speaking tube here. Look, though it's been stopping with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't the noise, I suppose. Or indeed, so the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. Well, it's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Makotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated courtroom, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce, as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Makotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. This is the waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. "3 days ago? The night before we all arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard, myself. Following departure for the cargo, Dunkirk all crew members are required to blah blah blah." Ah, yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. The evacuation drill itinerary has been entered into the court record. There should be at least 2 other things in here. Obviously there's this. Now, that's a very sizable trunk indeed. Seishiro is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow who failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It is lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. You are still here? Ah, able seems strong enough. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You are waiting for me? Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of a trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow, but first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Or what are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kakoi? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Okay. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes, you may have worked it out? All of it? It's really been far too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing will please me more. What is this? We have the minutes until the vessel puts to sea. Now games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Certainly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noticed it too, Makotoba, then please, do take the lead. One in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago. What's with the last 3 years I've done to your observational skills then, Makotoba? It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in the cabin for your eyes to see, but as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Listen to the vamp. Yes, I would agree. I think the 3 years is a nod to Reichenbach as well. Because there's a 3-year gap between the when Sherlock Holmes falls off the waterfall and when he comes out to not be dead.
Take that!
Perhaps you should clear away that glass. How curiously I should have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Reichenbach. I was doing well in your pronunciation. CH before the front vowel should be a sh sound, shouldn't it? It would appear that this man was here in this very cabinet until moments before our arrival, with his well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Would you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? Well, I would say she wrote on from us. Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse? Reichenbach Falls are in Switzerland. Naturally, you make a good point. Let me correct my pronunciation then to a more Swiss one and make it nice and thoroughly Reichenbach. One of the same ones which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Oh, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, well, you see, there are traces in this cabin. Sorry. There are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. No, this is news to you. Is it Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces of this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure wouldn't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here? Well, that's the key to this, Makotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous.
Take that!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded, the frame was originally over there. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Apparently the most observant improvement, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I think that your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Makotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect the Eastern stranger? So we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep these pretense as clearly shown by... Really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. My dear Makotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your object from every angle, I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. Someone to declare that fella from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that.
Take that!
It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. I wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means. There clearly stands that a crime has been committed in this cabin, and the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Makotaba, in as a deduction, the furtive gaze is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Far. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink, nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could only probably call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping test decide, my dear fellow.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I'm actually didn't count on us making a nuisance for ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must be an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff? No, I know nothing about combination code. Chat? You got it? Don't let me forget what the number is. Now, Makotaba, would you do me honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Five, 2, 3. It's easier to go backwards. Sure. 1045.
Take that!
And another tier 1 gifted sub to Sholmes to celebrate the dance of deduction. Zigazee of funds. Enjoy the gift sub. That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Well, Eugen, you found me now. Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Makotaba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour? I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life, here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it? I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now. I really ought to have confided in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins above luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinions. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am. I was just seeing for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we'd even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it? Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugen. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let's walk to a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruto, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. And that is, I think, where we will leave it off for the day. Right? That seems like a good place to do it. We're not going to have a higher high point than Yuji Makotoba tap dancing his way through being John Watson. I don't think there's any way better that we could possibly end that stream. It is my favorite moment in this entire franchise. And I could not stop laughing the first time I saw it. Because he's perfect. Like, it's almost hard to, like, get how perfect that is. Right? Like, it's... You completely, immediately, unequivocally buy that Yuji Makotoba is John Watson. And you just roll with it, and they just take the whole dance part of it and just go. He's perfect. Oh dear, Wolfie. I hope she is not too upset at me for my shenanigans waking her up. It's beautiful. It is my favorite moment. And it is a much needed moment of just joy. Joy that we're finally seeing Sherlock Holmes as Sherlock Holmes is meant to be. Like, I mean, yes, it's Sherlock Holmes. But right, it's amazing. It's... Because one of the cool themes of this game is, right, the passing on of generations. And the passing on of generational trauma. And seeing Sherlock Holmes as Sherlock Holmes is in his prime, where he is not being a mentor, where he is not being Dadlock Holmes, where he is just at the top of his game, dealing deductions as he should be. I'm telling you, Sholmes was competent the entire time. Sholmes was actually throwing for content for 2 straight games. And then when he takes off the mask, we get freaking tap dancing Eugen. And it's wonderful. We're not quite done with Sholmes. Sherlock Holmes will win our hearts over one more time before we are done here. But that shall have to wait until next time. And if you know, you know. Right? Reminder at this point, it is a strict no spoiler policy for anything else in Case 5. Because holy shit, this case is gonna keep going. Right? You thought the stakes were high? Just keep cranking that dial, because next stream things are gonna be off the rails. So, in that vein, the next stream is going to be on Tuesday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. in Europe. It's going to be the final stream of this game, And in fact, the final stream before I go to Europe, and the stream schedule gets completely, like, bombarded into oblivion. So, I hope you're ready. And I hope you all join me for that. Big thanks, of course, as always, to our patrons, and to those who cheered bits, followed, subscribed, or gifted subs during this whole thing. You are all lovely and appreciated, and this is all possible because of you. So, as far as scheduling goes for future, this summer, I'll be gone for 6 weeks total. I'm going to try and stream at least once a week for that, but if you have not yet, make sure you are in the Discord, because I'll be publicizing when those streams will be happening and what we'll be talking about there. Because I don't know yet. I don't know when streams are going to happen, I don't know what we're going to be doing, but I'm going to do my best to have at least one per week. So, as soon as I make decisions on that, I'll be posting about it in the Discord. So make sure you are all set to be able to not miss streams. Otherwise, we're going to be switching into vacation mode, and yeah, I will see you all on Tuesday, and from there, into having a very nice summer. Okay? So yes, until next time, adieu. We visit France, therefore we shall wish you au revoir, and adieu, and for other such French goodbyes. This has been Little History. Have a good night, everyone.